Hey everyone, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you're from. I'm glad to have another session here. This has been kind of fun the last time. Hopefully this time we won't have some of the little issues that we had during the material shader during the last stream, which I'll touch on here for a little bit. How's everybody doing? I'm curious where everyone's from. I asked this question last night when I did the test stream, because right now we're doing it on YouTube, but also Twitch. So trying this multi-stream thing to cover both different communities. But I'm also going to try to do this at least once per month, this type of long session. And in the evenings, late evenings, do sort of like an hour at a time. Hey, Adnan, I know you're from Sweden, Albany, Denver. Nice to see you guys. Patches are... Yes, Mark, we're going to cover real quick some landscape patches because it's a fun little aspect of Unreal to get you some... basically what we did with stamps here in Real Creator. So let me know if audio and all that stuff's okay, because I did something a little different last night. I like some subtle music playing so that any noise reverb doesn't get all raggedy. Ooh, Germany, nice. Wait a minute, we got a mark in both chats. Sounds good to me. All right, good. So yeah, have a little bit shorter time span today to do what I want. We have probably 3.5 hours opposed to 4.5 hours last time. But the goal of today is, and let's see if Unreal decided to stop compiling. Yes, it has decided to stop compiling. And I will just do this real quick. All right. So the goal of today is we're basically I'm going to showcase a neat little document that I've kind of started for you guys. And I hope you like it, or I hope that it's useful, because it's taken a little bit more time to do than I anticipated. But we're going to do that. I'm going to show you a little recap on the issue that I had last live stream, a little bit of a clarification. And one of the first big things we're going to do is we're going to create some alpha stamps here in World Creator so that you can then use those alpha stamps to show the process of how you reuse those as stamps within World Creator, but also as landscape patches in Unreal Engine 5.4. They actually had an update today in Unreal, which is pretty neat. There's an interesting way to sort of rebuild the streaming proxies. It's kind of automatic. I may show like one of the water bodies, lakes, to kind of with the design, but it's not really the huge scope. The big scope is we're going to create a 4 kilometer or 8 kilometer landscape in World Creator, resample that in Unreal. I'm going to show you a brand new, well, not really a brand new, because it's been around since Unreal Engine 4, what's called material layers or material attribute layers. And that's going to be a really interesting way to a little bit more advanced way of doing material layers in the landscape. So let's see, another person in Twitch chat, Germany. Mark still doesn't want to tell me where he's from in Twitch, but that's fine. Sounds good. I offer no clues. It's nifty. All right. Now, I'm kind of befuddled. All right, let's go to... Now, why did this do what it did? Okay. That's that neat little little piece. Let me show you the document that I was going to put up first. Let's go here. So I've started this sort of world building document. It's a Google Doc. Not entirely sure how helpful it's going to be in the long run, but I was trying to break down different aspects of world building in general, and less like the sort of Unreal documentation, something a little bit more not really more clever, but a little bit more tutorial-esque in sense of text and image format. So if you didn't want to have to scrub through all the hours of footage through these live streams, you can essentially come here and it's going to cover the same thing, but in a text format. I've barely made a dent, but I wanted just to know what you guys thought about make world button. Yeah, just a make world button. So main thing that I've touched on is really just this landscape section, but eventually I'll have more info in each one of these sections. So project creation, just do some fun little, not nitpicking, but fun little ways to explain different types of project creation and go over the environment light mixer for global lighting, which I'll touch on that later too. But the big one is landscape. So I wanted to have my take to kind of explain the process of, if you're brand new to this, how do you go about understanding Unreal's landscapes in general? Or how do you go about understanding how to add a height map and Z factor? All of this stuff we covered in the last live session, but this is, like I said, in text format. So this first section, so landscape sizing, let me just drop down all of these here. So the first section is landscape sizing. Understanding, well, what's a quad, what makes up a quad, how does Unreal read quads, and how does Unreal basically read resolutions of the landscape, which is all based on vertice counts. And then I go through breaking down exactly what a section is, exactly what a component is, and all the pieces and parts of what makes up the landscape that you would typically see in here. And it's doing autosave now, so hold on a minute. And from there, I try to show you a little bit of what we did last time by creating landscapes. Here's a guide on all the pieces and parts of the landscape mode in order to create a landscape. I even touch on, if you're going to do a world partition, then there is a very specific way to understand the grid size, and that's kind of explained here in this sort of section, which you can't see my mouse cursor, but it's number 6. And we will have another world partition sort of category later on that kind of breaks down here, landscape world partition right here, coming soon. So after creating a landscape, I walk you through all the different pieces and parts. Most of you guys know all this already, but one key factor is importing a height map. All the processes that we covered last time in text format, and a list of importing a height map and which file types to import. So we discussed last time about renaming our raw files to R16. As long as it is a 16-bit and little Indian raw file, you can rename it and Unreal will read it. That's a very big point there. Ooh, Albany, nice. I think or Albania, sorry. Not Albany. It's a city. Albania, I think I missed that earlier. My bad. But one of the big things that I just finished not long ago is understanding how to scale the landscape vertically. As long as you want to make it match up to whatever height that you've established in World Creator or any other application. This is sort of the pipeline that you would go through in order to do that. You don't have to do a landscape one-to-one. You can essentially just make the height whatever feels comfortable for your design. But if you're doing like we do with World Creator, you want that exact height. This is the exact same process with 2 examples of how to scale things and where to put it. And as well as breaking down if you wanted to update or import a height map after the fact, and which I showcased that on the stream last time. This is all of the pieces and parts to that. Next is, I've only just started, is the landscape material section, understanding the sort of basic workflow. And eventually I'm going to get down to putting in the material setup that we created the first time. This advanced landscape material setup will be the one that we do today, as well as some macro variation potentially. And we'll also at some later point cover procedural material shaders or auto materials if you guys are interested in seeing sort of those creative processes. Each one of these sort of sub chapters or sections has key links to exactly where it is in the Unreal Engine documentation to sort of break down even further, as well as a few tips that I think are relevant that you may or may not want. So I can share this in the Discord if you want. I will have... It would be handy if anybody related to world building would, and I can do a link to this too. I've created in my personal Discord channel a world building sort of server that should be a location that we can all talk about this. If you guys have ideas that you want to add to your workflows on world building, or if there's things that you want to see, we can talk about it there. And yeah, we can go from there. So does sort of me making this kind of handbook of a guide for new people make sense? Because we can kind of always push people to this or push people to a video if they're confused. Because I feel like there's a lot of people still kind of confused on the file types and Z-scale factor, especially the Z-scale factor when it comes to, you know, putting a terrain inside Unreal. Let's see. All right. We're going to do that. All right. I've got 2 different chats here. Cool, cool. All right, sweet. So if that's something that you guys would be interested in me sort of keep doing, this is going to grow. We're going to do, there's going to be a huge, or I'm hoping there's going to be a huge PCG section in here as well. You would prefer the doc to a video? Yeah, and you know, everyone learns differently. Some people are audio learners, some people are visual learners, and some people are, you know, text readers. Another thing that I think this sort of handbook that I put together is really good at is if you don't do this day in, day out, or if you don't create the muscle memory to memorize some aspects of this, especially material creation, it's sort of a point of reference. You know, all the chapters are listed out here, kind of like documentation, and you can reference how to do stuff. And I'll, in time, make this more, I guess, graphically designed layout like this. I just threw together to try to make it really clear this is what you do. You have 12:50 p.m. Yeah, it is 12:50 p.m. Eastern time for me, and you have 18:50. So you're right before, a little before midnight. So it is. It should be 10:50 something for you, p.m. for you. Will this have the multi-biome landscape stuff? Looks fun to me, but a bit of work there. Yeah. We're going to do, multiple, we're going to, well, with this time spectrum today, we're going to try to do 3 different biomes in World Creator. Specifically, biome stuff in Unreal Engine, I don't think we're going to touch on yet because the whole biome system in Unreal is very new. Wow, okay. You're still saving this package? Come on now. You don't wow, that's been going on for a while. All right, well, I guess we can get started on, I'll skip the portion where I was going to showcase a little bit of the last time's stream issue. All right, let's create. Oh, it did. Oh, it did. Ah, haha. There we go. Never mind. Select. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to see. Yeah, I don't want to see any of these regions. There we go. Okay, finally. All right, now that we're all here, do one quick save so I don't lose anything. Hey, Stefan. Probably a different auto save by now. Yeah. How you doing, Stefan? If we're gonna dive into some World Creator here real soon, so if anybody has any questions for the developer himself, you can totally bug him in chat and ask however many questions you want. All right, so let that save real quick just to be on the safe side because I don't want to lose anything. All good here. Hey, you've got another Germany resident. Ruggy here is also from Germany. So 2 people from Germany here. Aren't you the professional in HDA? HDA? Am I missing something here? What's that stand for? And pardon my ignorance. What does this mean here? Nope, not doing that. All right, so what we're gonna do first, let's create a couple stamps. We're just gonna create a blank height map stamp. Oh, I see. You were talking to Stefan, because that's a professor in a school in Germany. Okay. University of Applied Sciences in Darmstadt. Ah, okay. I am sorry. I thought you were talking to me. Never mind. Completely ignore my... Let's go to fast render so that we can see everything a little bit easier. Yeah, I forgot Alt Option and right click centers around your current mouse click. All right, so let's just go ahead and create a couple stamps here so that we could use that inside Unreal. So let's change up the seed a little bit, find something, nope, not that one, this seed. Inside terrain changes the main seed graph. Okay. And for stamps, a lot of stamps will do something like wherever design border blend, we'll do something like this and we can completely do this, but in World Creator or even Unreal, you don't have to necessarily have the edges blended like this unless you want to. It's completely up to you. We could, let's see. Yeah, the blend strength there, yeah. So this completely pulls the blend together. There we go, that's the bottom blend range. So 0, and we can make it more of a rectangle. So you can see here, a blend range of 0 is like a circular aspect. If we increase this, it squares it off. And then we can, yeah, increase that just a little bit if we want to. How many Stefans are in the company? 2, and they're spelt completely different. One's with an F and one's with a PH. Just like you had it spelt there, S-T-E-P-H-A-N-S, there's S-T-E-F-A-N. Hi, welcome, Oric. JB. Hey, what time is it for you, JB, since it was a pretty early morning for you last night? A list of hotkeys, and yeah, that would be great. Totally, a list of hotkeys would be wonderful, or at least a button right here that kind of showed what the hotkeys were. If you did something like, let's go to shape real quick and do the polygon layer, because I'm actually wanting to use this. And you do edit. At least this is what I like right here. This is I think it looks like they did a brand new way to lay out all the instructions, which I really like. This looks good. So if there was a button in this stack here that showcased key bindings that kind of had a pop up right here of the same thing, that would be really cool. Maybe ghosted in or something like that. 3 a.m. in Australia. Now it is 18:58. So it is 10:58 p.m. for you. Wow. We will drop a full list of documentation this week. Oh, perfect. Yes, World Creator documentation this week. Have you already covered the generative steps maps previous? Wait. My dang heart. Okay. Have you already covered how to generate splat maps in previous session? Yes, I did. In the previous live stream, I've already covered how we did the splat maps from World Creator. But if you're talking about splat maps where you combine 3 to 4 3 to 4 alpha maps into one splat map for different channels, I haven't covered that necessarily in terms of how to use that in Unreal, because that's really just for texturing and masking and stuff. I don't think you can do that yet for wow, man, saving really takes a while. It's the time, yeah. Oh, so Mark, it is 10. Okay, so you're close to Australia, New Zealand side of the world. Splat maps, yeah. Unless I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, splat maps. All right, so let's add a node. So shift and left mouse click. We can add these. All right, and you can grab these, move them around. You can click within each of the line works. You can rotate the shape. Okay, that's cool. So R, left click, hold the left mouse button and drag. You can do that. And interesting. All right, stop editing. All right, so that's pretty nifty, but what I'm gonna do, let's do add or max. Oh, never mind, hold on, this is low. So we need to increase the height of this sucker to be something like that. Then we can do add, yeah, because if we do min, it's not gonna do anything. Max, yeah, so we can just do add. Let's do max. I like that better. And then we can lower this. Nice, so that we can create this little plateau effect. Stick this out here. So this is another way. I know we talked about doing building pads or buildings and roads on this stream, but I think that's going to be a whole... I really wanted to do what I'm doing today on the last stream, but obviously that didn't happen because of time. But this is a neat way to do building pads inside World Creator. You can also do this in Unreal if you wanted to. Basically, the general workflow is I would create what the terrain is going to be naturally in World Creator first. Then for things like roads, buildings, all those procedural or any procedural elements like that, do that in Unreal or whatever the application is. Stefan can clarify me, but I believe that whenever the new path tool or like these dots, I think these can be exported potentially as nodes to be used in another application if you wanted to. Yes. So question is, wouldn't it be easier to have your splat map specifically generated based on your landscape so it can be easier to apply materials on it? Yes, that's what we typically do. We'll export a splat map of each material so that you can easily see that. But a splat map in terms of for masking where the materials are going to go is a single channel. So if I go to export, let's do splat map, for example. So right here where it says single channel, that's just going to be, it's just going to use the red channel. It's just going to be basically a black and white grayscale image. If you wanted to combine multiple of your, like up to 4, so there's 4 channels per texture map. There's red, green, blue, and the alpha channel. If you had, say, let's just do this, red, green, blue. You have red, green, and blue. So you can, if you were to export the splat map on the red channel would be color 3, you know, on the green channel color 2s, etc., etc. So you can have 4 different masks of 4 different textures to use, but on one texture map, which is technically a, then that's what's called a packaged texture. When you essentially have 4 splat maps combined onto one texture, that's called a packaged texture. We covered this last time a little bit. If I go to, I'll show you the World Creator projects that we did last time. I think it was this one, test environment. Yeah, so here, for example, and I actually talked about this last night. So this mask represents the dark sand from the previous live stream. And if it's the base layer, you don't really need a splat map of that. You kind of want to work from the ground up. So the base color layer is going to consume the entire map. And any of the maps on top of that, it's just going to mask out. So these here, so this left one is everything that's white is rocks. On this one, everything is white was grass. But when you combine them all together, here is the packaged texture. Everything that's red would be the black sand in the last live stream. Everything that's green should be the rocks. Yeah, and everything that's blue should be all the grass. So it's how you do if you want to combine it all in one mix. But for understanding purposes, it's easier in Unreal if you just name these masks here as what they are, so you don't get confused. Would love to see how to properly use. Yeah, and most people use packaged textures. Like, let's see, is this saved yet? Thank goodness. So for example, Megascan surfaces. Let's see how Quixel does it. Details, and let's go to the master material surface. Okay, so this is sort of the main material graph for a Megascan's 3D object. You'll see that albedo is typically its own texture because it uses RGB channels. Metalness uses just one channel. I don't know why it's in RGB. And normal maps always use all 3 channels. But right here where it says ARD, A for ambient occlusion, they have it right here. R for roughness, and D for displacement. So it's using all, which really there's no displacement for this particular piece, but that's the gist. Anything that is a mask can be combined on different channels, which is pretty cool. So that's how you would utilize those. All right. On using the alpha channel, this can drastically increase the memory footprint of a texture. Sometimes, yes, that is very true. Thank you for pointing that out, Mark. Sometimes, and that's why I don't really like using the alpha channel either, because it's quite heavy. It's really best just to use, and that's why in that example, or let's open up my, let's open up my one from last time. Where is it at? So landscape layer method. We'll open up the material function. And that's not entirely the right one. Hold on one second. Well, this is going to be the one that I showcased a little bit today. Okay, so here's a packaged texture. So ambient occlusion is in the R, roughness is in G, displacement is in blue. I'm not ever really going to use the alpha channel because you're right, Mark, it does add a pretty heavy memory footprint. So the best approach is to either, like you said, just use the R and G channel, because most things will use 2 channels, like UVs or use 2 channels. So it's a lot of times it is best just to use R and G, but you can use up to 3. I would just skip the A channel. That is a very valid point. Okay, so let's go back to here. Let's go ahead and quickly create our mask. So let's see, what's everyone's coming up with? Noise. Yeah. Everything's still going pretty well for you guys. Of course, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I would totally love to stop and answer. Use case dependent, I'd say. Yeah, definitely use case dependent. Is GeoTIFF available in World Creator? I don't think so. Not to my knowledge, unless World Creator in the chat can vouch for that, if it's coming or not. I do know that you can import DEM data into World Creator, as well as utilize the map tiler layer here, which I don't have my service token populated yet, but you could seemingly get that from map tiler too. This is really good at getting a base level of detail, but if you want something super accurate, you need to find a source, like a LiDAR source that's going to be used, and then you can use that information in here. No problem, I don't think. All right, so let's remove these. And let's find something. Let's do this one. Who does not love the arid rocky layers? This is probably, and I've said this many times, the single coolest freaking filter to date. Yeah, GeoTIFF would be nice. I'm glad to be here, and I can't wait to learn some cool. I hope I have some cool tricks. I don't think what I'm going to bring to the table is necessarily new, but it's definitely not easy to find. That's for sure. Is it possible to use PCG and drive it with a splat map? Yeah, I think so. PCG is still relative. It's still sort of in beta, and I'm wanting to make a pipeline for. Basically, yeah, you can use PCG to do a lot of things, including stamping pieces. I'm actually going to show you here in just a minute where you don't have to use PCG to drive it a splat map, but you can do it another way. But I think you can say, because what we did last stream is we had, and I'll get to that when I'm done with this alpha maps. You can use the splat map to drive a landscape layer, for example, and you can use the landscape layer referenced into the PCG. So in a roundabout way, yeah, you can use the splat map, or you can use PCG to drive that stuff. Can World Creator get GIS real map data? Yeah, you can either use, if you've got a license for map tiler, you can use the map tiler shape layer here to kind of zoom around, or you can use some online sources. Right now, the only built-in GIS data or DEM data is the map tiler shape layer currently. All right, let's add another rocky layers real quick. Actually, that's kind of nifty. Hold on a second. Let's do... I'm going to simulate some sand, but look at this. This is really cool. So I'm going to simulate sand, but look at it falling down here. This is really cool. Let me turn off. Where is it at? Show mask. So look how fast this is. So we can seemingly just add whatever we want. Let's go up to 300 sample. Well, let's do 400 iterations. There we go. All right, let's do another one. Simulation layer. What is the best way to make good quality big terrain in Unreal with World Creator? Making stamps and put to Unreal or tiled build? It really depends on sort of what your scope is. So I'm actually gonna be doing the former here in just a second. Let's go ahead and just do this. Let's go ahead and add some rocky layers. Is that gonna look good? No, let's not do that one. I'm gonna do one more real quick. Nope, not that one. I don't really want that. Yeah, there we go. That works. All right, let's export this and we'll go into Unreal real quick. So before we lose our minds, let's save this to Dry Tundra Livestream. We'll just call this Test 1. All right, so let's go ahead and remove that export preset. We'll do height map. I'm going to open the export folder here. Yeah, and we'll get rid of these in our default export folder so that we can see a little bit what we're doing. Okay, so export height map, raw. There really should be R16 here. Would be great if that was here, but we're gonna do raw. Bit depth 16, little Indian, not big. All right, so our naming convention, I'm going to rename it to something different. We'll just call this, yeah, we'll just call this tests_1 height map. All right, auto normalization, single channel, and export. All right, it should be exported. There it is. All right, so we're going to actually, hold on a minute. Let's rename this R16, yes, but I think, if my memory serves me correctly, that this function may not require that. Let's do a PNG at 18-bit, or sorry, at 16-bit, single channel, also the same thing. We'll do that real quick. Because the patch, I can't remember if it allows R16 or not. Perfect. So the height map that we just created was this, and it's auto normalized. Is any filter to make more stylized geometrical terrain? Yeah, there's some in here that you can do to kind of start the process. You can do, you can start off with blocks, but if you want to do it stylized, well, hold on. Stylized, or where was that message? Hold on. I can't read. Where did that go? Any filter? Okay, more geometrical terrain. So if you want to do it stylized, you'll have to reduce the, you have to denoise it or reduce, or go into terrain and, or sorry, under whatever biome it is, and reduce the strength down to something fairly low if you want to get it to a stylized nature. But there are also some filters, like it all happens to do with the sort of resolution of the terrain and your shader, your material shaders, but you can do blocks. There's also hexagons. This is a new one, but the filters that I'm choosing are kind of debunking this right now. I could do a new layer, hide this one. Yeah, let's hide the simulation layers. Actually, hold on, let's hide and the shape layers. So you could do general strength a little low, and you can do effect and blocks if you want to do a blocky terrain, or you can do hexagons. Is really cool. I haven't messed with this much. Here you go. This is pretty neat, actually. Let's make it even sharper. All right. Yeah, I think so. To make base landscape shaping, we're creating high quality stamps. Yeah, I would definitely, and that's what we're going to be doing here, is make your stamps and things in here, your high quality stamps in here, and then use those in Unreal as a basis, which is what we're going to be doing right now. So if you want to do sort of quick impromptu stamping inside Unreal. Say you have a procedural material or also called an auto material. If you have an auto material, this is great. You can create your stamps like this. I mean, this is kind of pretty sharp. I kind of like it. You can create your stamps in here, and then in Unreal, you can paste all these stamps however you want. So in the outliner that is now disappeared, there you go. All right, so what we're gonna do first is, well, to make sure this works, you gotta go to plugins. Let's do, let's do patch. Yeah, you've got to enable landscape patch. Like it says, it's very much experimental. So some of these things will change. Some of these things may not. It's a little wonky at first, but it produces a really cool result. So once you enable this, it'll ask you to restart the engine. You guys get that. So what we're going to do here is let's create an empty actor. All right, so this empty actor will 0 to right here. Man, that's really fast. All right, so this empty actor, basically just like with any blueprint or just like with PCG volumes, you can add a component. So right here in the details panel, if I were to move this stuff around, we can add a new component to this actor. One cool thing is that there's several things you can obviously add to this. It's just like a whole nother Photoshop layering system, really. But if you do, even if you type in patch right here where it says landscape texture patch, you can do a circle height patch as well if you want the shape of your patch to be a circle. But let's do texture patch. Yes. All right. When this comes in, it's going to automatically create. Where'd you go? There you go. It's going to automatically create this landscape patch manager. Do not delete this. You delete this, it screws everything up. So this is an automatic element that gets added to your outliner, so don't remove it. So let's just create this new folder. We'll just call this stamps. And move this actor in there. All right. So right here, so this is sort of, sorry, where it's at, landscape texture patch. So this is really cool because you can add this to basically any actor, just like you can with PCG volumes. If you do add, type in PCG, you can add a PCG component to anything, any building, any rock, anything you want, and you can basically make a procedural graph beyond that. So this is another element that if you were to create this stamp, you can add PCG along with this stamp, and anywhere you move this stamp, all your PCG elements are going to go with it. So let me read my notes, make sure I got this correctly. Okay, so here, once we've got the landscape texture patch selected, we're going to go down to the height patch section right here and do source mode. We want the source mode to be a texture asset. Yes. Also, if you have multiple landscapes there we go. If you have multiple landscapes right up here or under settings, landscape, there will be a drop down. You just select which landscape you want it to apply to and go from there. All right. So let's see here. Make sure. Okay, so we're going to, let's go to my live session 2 here and create a folder. Just call this stamps. All right, so I'm now going to drag and drop both of these in here. We'll see which one it lets us. All right, you can't import. All right, an R16, and I don't think you can do that. Yeah, it's got to already be in the software. So we've imported that PNG, that 16-bit PNG. You do need to make sure that once you open the height map of this, that the compression settings, wherever it's at, is set to alpha. Yeah, set to alpha. All right, so now with this texture selected, we can choose use selected height. or selected asset from the content browser. There we go. So you're probably thinking, what in the world did it actually do? Well, nothing yet. I don't know why. Oh, that's perfect. This whole time, I didn't hit record either. All right, so with this landscape texture patch selected, use. Let's see. So now we need to make sure we go down to the 0 height meaning. Patch C. Nope, not that one. Hold on one sec. I swear I just did this. We can do additive blend mode. We can choose rectangle. We can choose which type of fall off mode we want it to be. And making sure I got adjust the height encoding settings. Here we go. Don't you worry, I will get there. 1 second. Whoa, 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 whoa. I do not know why it is lagging so badly. Interesting. All right, let's go to the first. It worked here. 1 second. Let's open up this level. We'll save. Oh no, it's gonna save forever. I probably shouldn't have saved, but I needed to. Let's go ahead and present further. I don't know why that landscape was taking so it shouldn't be acting the way it was. Okay, there we go. I think I got it now. What's the resolution of the texture of the one that I imported? Actually, that could be a big factor as well. The resolution of that, if I go back to my export folder, $2K. It's not that big. Okay, no worries. Take your time. 5.4 may time to load. Yeah. When I did this exact same thing earlier this week, and this whole thing did not take nearly this long to load, which is quite unfortunate. Yep, Unreal Save it shouldn't be this bad. I almost wonder if it's just because of the landscape itself is a little bit larger, but like I said, it worked just fine. Not really. CPUs 13%, GPUs 25%. Only main resources I have is just but like I said, I did this exact same thing late last night with no problems. So I don't know, resources should be okay. Interesting. Well, we can still play with World Creator right now because I'm wanting to also create another landscape. Well, we could technically use this landscape if we wanted to kind of go over the texturing pipeline while Unreal is doing its thing. We'll work on texturing the world creator landscape. Sometimes that, like the all of Unreal. That might. This is going to be interesting. Yep, Unreal being Unreal, but of course it does it whenever you're trying to showcase stuff. Uh-oh. I think just then, me trying to close it did some funky chicken. All right, while it's thinking, we're just gonna texture this landscape. Actually, let's go through another. Where was that at? Was that a shape layer? Rivers. Let's see what Rivers does to this particular landscape, because it's kind of cool. Yeah, but I'm not recording. I'm not actually recording on the computer. I'm recording on a separate thing altogether that uses what I record with uses 0 resources. Where are my... Where in... I haven't... Oh, here it is. You can see the river right there. Let's see. Valley shape, river shape. Let's try to... Yeah. Yeah, there's my river. I actually did Task Manager, and that's what did some of the wonky stuff. It's still loading the stupid thing in Task. If I hit it a few times, it doesn't like to be watched. Yeah. There it goes. All right, hold on. Let's wait for it to come back up. All right, thank you very much. Actually, I got some projects I don't know if y'all are supposed to see yet. We'll start there. Let's see what this guy does way up here. Ooh, wow, okay. That spring did some really crazy stuff. Hold on, let's do... Oh, that spring generate stream. That's pretty cool. I love how there's your RC tab open up. It didn't at first. All right, now that we're back in Unreal, let's not do what we tried to do. Let's go back here. Look at that. Instant gratification. What the heck? Okay. All right. We're in business now, guys. We're in business. All right, let's hide. Yes, I know y'all. Let's hide the height map examples and PCG graph. Okay. This is what I've been trying to showcase. Actor. All right, so what I did prior is you have a blank actor, and like I said, you could do this with a rock. You can import a mesh I mean, hell, I could do import a shape. Oh yeah, where's this zeroed out at? Yeah, so I can import this shape. And then I can add either a PCG component to this, or I can add a landscape texture patch to this particular object, which we may do. So what this is going to do is, let's pop out here. This is a smaller landscape, so it may work better for us. So actor 1, this one right here, with the landscape texture patch selected. Now you can have multiple patches per actor. If you want to move all of the patches together, you have to select the actor instance to move this around. Okay, but if you just want to move just the patch within the actor instance, where's this guy? Oh, this guy's over here. He's not, you can see the other guy right there. Yeah, we'll hide that actor. All right, so in this actor, oh, you can't actually hide the actors because it's part of the landscape. All right, so within this actor, we'll select the landscape patch. I've got the blend mode set to max, but you can do additive. So you can see here, it's basically going to take control over the whole thing. And if you want to, right here where it says 0 height meaning, this patch Z means it's going to honor the bounds of the patch. But if you change the landscape Z, it's going to honor the bounds, more of the bounds for the landscape itself. Meaning that if landscape Z is selected and I raise this up or down, you see the height doesn't change. If I were to change this back to patch Z and raise this up and down, you can see it's basically taking control of, or it's utilizing the hierarchy of the patch more so than the landscape. It's basically prioritizing the patch's height over the landscape. But if you wanted to merge them together, you can say the landscape's in control. And in order to do the height, you just have to scale the height down. So this is, like I said, this is a quick way if you have an auto material to set this up. But again, you need to ensure that maybe I didn't have this is enabled on the last checkbox. So things that make a big difference is the blend mode, how it reacts to the landscape, whether it's just like in Roll Creator, whether it's min, max, if it's adding or if it's blending the Z-axis together. The fall off mode, if you are choosing a rounded rectangle or a circle. I think circle is what I did for actor 2, but rounded rectangle lets you control the fall off of the circle. Let me increase this up. I think I've got this on back to patch Z. Yeah. So let's play with the fall off mode here. So it's in rectangle mode. So fall off, if I were to reduce this down to nothing, you see how it makes the patch pretty sharp. If I increase it to say about 1,000, you know, this is 1,000 units. So it's going to take the unit distance from the boundary and pull that inward. So that's why I've got it at 2,000, but you can actually set this number to be whatever you want. So there's 5,000 or 3,500. And I wonder if that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. On the previous landscape, I didn't enable this feature. So ensure that is enabled, is selected. Yeah. And the height encoding, ensure that it is 0 to 1 so it understands the sort of normalization of it. But other than that, that's pretty much it. Let's try and add another one. Let's sort of, let's add a second actor. See if we can't get this working correctly here the way we wanted. So actor 3. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. There we go, actor 3. All right. Oh wait, what did I didn't choose. Okay. My, that's it. Oh my gosh. Basic. Let's do basic. Actor. Pull this up to custom shapes. We will zero this out. I knew that I hid that somehow, but I didn't mean to. All right, let's move this blank actor over here. All right. All right, let's add the patch. Landscape texture patch. Perfect. Let's not hide this time. All right, let's do, all right, is enabled. We're choosing this particular landscape. All right, source mode, texture asset. Patch Z, height in, yeah. So it's by default, it's in rolled units, but you need it 0 to 1. That's probably actually what the issue was before. So let's now go to our content browser from live session 2, stamps. And obviously it did not save that stamp. Bring that stamp in. Make sure the compression of said stamp is set to alpha. All right, so now with that selected, we will use that stamp. Yeah, look at it now. All right, this is exactly what should have happened the last time, but you guys didn't tell me that I needed to restart Unreal first. All right, so let's scale this puppy up. All right, so here is the landscape that we did out of World Creator. So this is what I'm talking about. This is another way to get. Actually, let's respect the landscape and do max blend. There we go. Nope. Let's respect our own patch Z. There we go. So if you just want to, go into Unreal, this is a really fast way. I say fast with asterisks if you can get past the issues that I was just showcasing totally on purpose, right? Because, Unreal doing Unreal things. So here is the, let me pull this closer back to the actor spot. There we go. This is a quick way to sort of test out the landscape to see if it's going to do what you want to do. If you can play from here, you can play from here. If you've got an auto material, this is perfect setup for you just to go through and add tons of patches. I mean, it's pretty nifty. Oh, right here we go. Here is a Megascans material or object that I was testing out. So let's add a patch around this guy. But this time, let's do a circle height. I wonder if we can do that. Landscape, yep. Choose this landscape. I don't know exactly if, yep. There we go. So let's say we want, all right, so we select the object. Shoot. I'm doing Fortnite rules here. So we've added a landscape circle height patch. We're not using a texture for this one yet, but you could. And so now we've got the actor itself selected. We raise and lower this actor with the topography wherever we want it to be. And by selecting the height patch, we can adjust where we want the height patch to be. We can also adjust the radius. So if we increase the radius of that patch, we can, or we can reduce it down to be a little smaller. And we can change the fall off. So the fall off is super sharp, or the fall off is really wide. So let's do that. Let's say it's about there on this sandstone cliff. And we just move this around. So this is really cool. And like I said, you can add PCG volumes to this too. So say on this cliff, if you want to spawn rocks or debris that have fallen off this, add physics to it down this hill, you totally can. So now that I am back up, wow, we have 162. Wait, no, we don't. I have no idea how many people are actually watching this right now. We have 162 views, so I thought that was active viewers, but I think it's we have 24 right now. Cheers from Austria. Hey, I totally forgot, didn't think that was even a thing on my YouTube channel. Thank you so much for the what are these called? Cheers, super chats, or oh my gosh, I gotta like this. You were I think probably the first one that oh come on, I want to like it. Thank you so much, Flippy Pixel. Love the name. I really love the name of that. That is quite generous of you. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see what you've got here, Mark. 1 Unreal unit equals, 1 centimeter for those unaware. Correct. So 1 of these digits equals 1 centimeter. However, I have been known in the past to change the metric from centimeter to meters. For some reason, when I'm doing landscapes, I like to work in meters, not centimeters, especially whenever, like in this case, 10,210 centimeters. Come on. We are ashamed. Move the patch. That is not the landscape, of course. Yes, yeah. Enable nanite on the landscape. Move it about. Let's see how well the auto rebuild works. Oh, okay. That is something. Oh, I forgot it's in here. It's in the main landscape actor, isn't it? Not. Yes. I swear if the. Okay. I was about to say if this crashed, I'm blaming you, Mark. Okay, we're here. Cheers from that was, did I say Austria? That I meant Australia. I want to go to Australia so bad. Thank you again so much. Oh, there's 3 likes to that. I can't even like it. I'm clicking the like button, but it's not working on my thing. All right, we've enabled nanite for this. So you wanted to see how fast it rebuilt the landscape, because it's seems to be working pretty fast. Let's add another patch to this this guy. We can add more than 1 patch. So under static mesh component, add a second patch. Let's add a texture patch this time. All right, let's make sure that we use the 0 to 1 units, patch Z, source mode, texture asset, and we'll do a rounded rectangle this time. This time, let's not do that. We'll just search for a general noise. Why not this one? We'll change the scale of said noise. And we'll do it not alpha blend. Let's see what min does. Nope. Max. There we go. You can see. And we shall make the fall off. Yeah. There we go. So maybe I don't like where this patch is. Maybe I like this patch to be behind this cliff. All right, so now we have 2 landscape patches for this object. I don't know about you guys, I think it's really cool. Previous, you had to rebuild manually or jump through a hoop, etc. One of the major patch notes today talked about the nanite rebuilding automatically. Now, nice to see it's true. That is true. I can safely say I don't remember having to press this button. It looks like it's rebuilding just fine. There was also, if you notice, remember how before, Mark, which I'm glad you're an Unreal user, the display messages would pop up in red over here, and you would have to go to disable on-screen messages if you were annoyed at it poking at you. Now, I think they've replaced that right here. Here's the on-screen message 16 landscape actors with nanite mesh need to be rebuilt. Rebuild. Building nanite mesh. Well, that worked. So maybe what you were saying before is not true. Maybe it didn't work. And I had to... Oh, see, look. 4 landscape actors with a nanite mesh need to be rebuilt. So where is the rebuild function? Ooh, that's new. Yeah, see, this is really cool. So you don't have to go here. It also works with having to redo your streaming proxies with textures. It'll say this landscape needs to be rebuilt for yada yada yada. You just do it instead of having to go to find out rudiment. Yeah, like instead of having to go here, you just go there. It's so much faster. It's actually quite nice, to be honest. Much nicer. Hey, Quacks for Days. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Tier 1 subscribe for 20 more months. Currently on a 20-month streak. Wow, okay. I obviously need to get some more emotes. I really appreciate it, Quacks. Yeah, I don't want to get into a pickle with that. But, so, what do you guys think about this patch stuff? This is something that I have been sitting on for months and have been really wanting to share it badly with you guys, but I really wanted to do it in a legit build, because if you have, if you're just wanting to play from here, of course, I've got another landscape that is, I don't have a 3D character in here yet. So I am literally just walking around as a camera. Currently, I have my other landscape populating this same space, which I wanted to showcase the next section. But before we do that, I want to also quickly touch on the things. Let me just hide the custom shapes. Yeah, let me just hide that. And I'll hide this guy for the time being. Okay. Here is the landscape that we touched on last week. Although I did do a PCG graph. Basically, everywhere where you see the green grass texture, that's just a built-in engine texture. There is these cylinder little pieces. Oh my gosh. There is these cylinder pieces for basically representing landscape grass, but that are not there yet. And the trees and the boulders here are all part of the PCG volume that I made. And it's really just, yeah, all this. I'm not going to get too much into that, but it was actually pretty fun to work on. Now I can't even remember where I put my stuff for it. Working. Oh, it's just part of PCG component. Yeah. Worked out well for me. I watched the first stream yesterday. Yeah. So PCG starter graph. I don't know where the heck the graph went. Anyway, but that's not the point that I was wanting to make here. What I actually wanted to showcase is, check the release notes again. They don't mention having to do anything to enable the async rebuild, so at a loss there. I gotcha. Now I'm curious. Where is... Let's go to my content. Let's type in PCG. Oh, here we go. This is where I had it. Oh, yeah, here was my starter graph. So Yeah, so this graph basically right here. So we inputted the landscape into a surface sampler, and then we did transport and multiply some density things. I covered this in the last stream. I'm not going to cover this today, but we're going to do a whole new landscape setup for PCG. But I just wanted to showcase that you can use PCG to highlight all of your landscape layers, and that's basically the outcome of that. But last stream, in my material function right here, how I could not get my, and I believe it was in the master material here. When I was plugging in these textures into my material function, it was giving me an error, an error, an error. That's because I was not using right here where it says texture object. I was trying to use a texture sample. And that's because in the function, so in this MF landscape V1 function, that's because the input required is a texture object instead of a texture sample. And the reason why we don't need to use a texture sample is because we're already sampling it right here. So you can't sample a sample, essentially. All right, so let's get into the whole point. We've got a little over 2 hours left. If you have any questions about what we covered thus far, let me know, and I think we can roll from there. But what I wanted to showcase here is actually pretty sweet. Let's see. Nope, wrong landscape. Resampled landscape. There we go. Height map test. Okay, so this layer's locked. All right, let's clear this paint. Yes, I know. Okay, we'll lock that additive layer, and we will clear this layer of all paint. Yes, I know. Okay. Oh boy. Super sensitive. All right, what I wanted to showcase. So that's a bit distracting. Let's get you guys looking at the content more. All right, so last week we showcased how to do the landscape layers, texturing, doing a super basic setup with texturing with setting up our landscape layers, applying all the materials to the material function, talking about the texture variation node, all that. So that is what the terrain on the right is. The terrain on the right was using the traditional landscape method. And if you remember this graph, this is the graph that is using for that landscape. For this left landscape, it's a little different. It's using material attribute layers. So what does that mean? So let's go over here. Let's paint some rocks. Okay, let's get a little closer. Paint on the rock layer. Paint here on the grass layer. And we have a new mud layer, so we're gonna paint on the mud layer. So the mud layer is currently the bottom layer. So if I were to just paint this way, actually you see right there, Mark, it's as I am painting to a new zone, it just rebuilt that automatically. So it does work, Mark. I just guess it's not for nanite yet, but it is for textures. So, all right, let's do let's do this grass this way. And let's do rocks this way. All right, this looks completely ridiculous, but there's a point to this. Let's get out of this mode. So now I'm gonna go to my material instance for this particular section. So what we have here is the material instance for this particular terrain. And typically you would do all of your different layer setups and stuff within the details panel. In this particular case, we're doing it in the layer parameters section, which you can see here. I've got grass, rocks, and mud represented for the different layers. Let's say instead of going into the material graph, I want to pull the mud up to the level of where the rocks are. And I want to put the rocks behind the mud. What I'm going to do is just take this mud layer, drag it on top of the rocks layer, let it recompile real quick, and look at there. The mud is now on top of the rocks. Or if I want to put the grass layer on the bottom and swap places with rocks. So now rocks are on the top, mud is in the middle, and grass is in the bottom. It takes a second for these images to repopulate. They shouldn't be doing that. If I want to put the grass back at the top, grass is back at the top. I want to put the grass at the bottom, grass is at the bottom. So this is one cool way. Hey, your big brother Steve on Twitch. How you doing? Sir, there is... Oh, God. Let's... I don't know what you're talking about, Steve. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. So basically what we did was we have a layering system similar to Photoshop. And you can create more. Say I want to have a new layer. So add a new layer. Let's just call this layer Mud 2. All right, we're going to have to choose what's here as the MI. Yeah, so ML. And then we'll choose this as mud test. But we'll have to create a new landscape layer for that to work out. But seemingly we've got, yeah, let's do, this is the color. Let's say this color is pink. Well, it's basically, it's because I'm using the mud test one. If we use, let me try that one. No, it's still going to be the same. Well, we're not going to use that layer. We'll have to create a new whole layer system for that. But this is sort of the pipeline to try and, it's just a different way of doing the landscape layers. And the benefit is so that if you've got multiple layer systems like this, you can reorient them in a different hierarchy than you had before. I found the non-destructive setup really useful. Like this non-destructive setup or the setup with updating texture streaming. Where can I find your Discord? Oh, let me actually it looks like you're hey Quacks, just chilling having, oh, you guys are chatting in Twitch. Let me open that up real quick. Let's not save yet. Please. All right, so invite. Or send a server invite link to. Actually, that's a good question. Where can I find a first stream setup? Yeah. That is a good question. Create invite. Huh. I'm actually don't know where the freaking invite button is now. Or server settings, maybe. Invites. Okay, let's see. Invite, I don't know. Well, I have to figure that out. It's create channel server settings. If you guys know, custom invite. I know how to invite individual people, but I can't figure out where edit invite link. Okay. Max number of users. No. Generate. Oh, create a temporary. Let's see if this works. I don't know. Invite people link down button. I think that should work. I think that should work. I mean, that takes, y'all let me know. But there is in the Discord link server, there is a subserver called World Building, which would be a great location for us to like discuss world building strategies or tactics in general. But I've also got categories for the different softwares and stuff. So you guys are more than welcome to hop in on there and see how that rolls. So invite people link button. All right. So let me double check to make sure there's nothing else I wanted to cover before we got into the material section, because I think this is a really cool way to non-destructively do a material setup. Sweet. Okay. It works. A thumbs up is in Discord because I got that notification right there. What's up, Winbush? Hey, we have, you'll have to go back. We did some really cool stuff over here. If I could show, if I can hide, because I want to show you. This is really cool. Let's hide all the other stuff. So I don't know if you know Winbush, but there's these things called landscape patches or landscape texture patches. I don't know if you've dealt with those, to where you can add, just like adding a PCG component to basically any actor in the outliner. You can add basically a height map stamp or a noise stamp to any actor. If you just want to do a base stamp, like right here, we took this terrain minus the rivers, exported a height map of that, and used that as a stamp within Unreal Engine here. And it is so non-destructive. When you apply this, it's basically applying it to the landscape without it being destructive of said landscape. Yeah, it's pretty freaking dope. And on top of that, what's that about? And if you have a cliff like this, this is just a one of the Zurich cliffs in the Megascans library. I've got a texture patch and a circle patch associated to it. So if I were to move this, not that. If I were to select the actual cliff, move the cliff around, you see it is adhering to this cliff. So anywhere, if I want a very specific sort of height map or texture or PCG component adhered to or attached to this particular mesh, it'll just go with it and it moves the landscape with it. So instead of you having to have, let's disable these real quick. Instead of you having to go in and say, oh, I want this cliff here, I'm going to have to go into the landscape mode and then sculpt up to this level. You can just do patches. It's ridiculously fun, to be honest. Like this one's pretty simple. I've got just a generic landscape circle height patch. You add it as a component here to search for patch, and you can add a patch. And this circle, I can shift it wherever I want in relation to this cliff, and I can move this cliff around. Let's re-enable the texture patch here. So all these patches have, let's rebuild the nanite mesh. Let's go to this guy, actor 3, there. You basically get a really cool choice of how you want to operate. for this particular texture patch. If I want it to adhere mainly to the landscape, it'll basically honor the landscape's data instead of me moving this up and down. I can't move it up and down. I'd have to scale this up or down however I need. But if I want the Z height of the patch to be the one that takes control mostly, we'll just use patch Z, and we can raise and lower it. It's just like stamps in World Creator. And we can choose blend mode. Let's do additive for this one. And let's make the fall off mode 5,000. And we just increase that fall off mode here. Maybe it's 8,000. Yeah. So if you've got a procedural landscape material or an auto material, this is a sick way of doing it. Will textures come over too? I haven't tried. I'm going to look up the, right now it's just, the patch is really just for height data, but there's nothing saying that you can't create a blueprint component for, that you can basically do that with, which is what I'm kind of trying to work on now. Because you can do that with PCG now. You can attach a PCG component to this actor and have PCG. You can create a splat map for this particular patch, and you can say PCG to paint here or to paint there. It works just like a landmass material only brush. Yeah, basically, but I think it works the same way, but it's based on actor instead of brushes. So if you were to go to landscape, sculpt, and if you were to do blueprints and the blueprint brush, if you did the, wherever it's at, you can do, yeah, well, not the patch manager, but if you did where's the texture only? Oh, material, like a custom brush material only, you can do that, or a custom brush landmass right here. It'll do the same thing, but all of your brushes would end up right here under the blueprint brushes. So it's basically, it's a different way of organizing. You can put all of those blueprint brushes here in the landscape mode, or you can have them all based on certain actors. Sometimes it's really cool in this instance if you want it to be part of an actor. Yeah, this is 5.4. Is it possible to add a subdivision to the stamp actor? I don't know. I know it needs to be, it's best if the compression level was 16 bits, which is the native compression level that Unreal reads. You may be able to do a 32-bit float since it is a separate texture and not meant for, what am I trying to say? Not meant for the landscape import process as a whole. So it could be that case. Let's see. Where is this landscape? Oh, height map examples. Oh, it's right here. There we go. The other thing I was showing Winbush, because we're about to dive into that real quick, because I've really got to touch on it soon, is using material layer blends or material attribute layers instead of the typical landscape material method. So if I want this white patch to be on the bottom, right now it's rocks. If I put it and swap it with grass, rocks now move below mud and grass is now on top. So it's just like Photoshop. And I know you're a Photoshop guru. You have basically a layer asset, which is basically the same thing as a material function that describes all of the different elements of the material texturing process, where you put all your, parameters for albedo, normal, height, and all that. But what's really cool is this blend asset. We're going to create this, and that's basically tells this layer how this particular texture is blended with the texture above and the texture layer below. So it's a really cool way to mix and match. Just ignore the, oh. All right. Oh, let's see what they're talking about in Twitch. Let's see. Hey, Steve. Yeah, welcome to the Bone Zone. I don't know if I should rename the Discord to something different, but it's called the Bone Zone, at least for right now. So is the game Gray Zone Warfare using this kind of map design system? That's a good question. I don't know what engine the Gray Zone Warfare is using, but essentially, you know, most open world games like that game will use a very good system like this. They're very, very, very similar. You think they're using Unreal 5? All right, if they're using Unreal Engine 5, then they're most definitely going to be using some of these procedural methods. I can almost guarantee you they're probably utilizing these PCGs. So if I wanted to grab this PCG volume, stretch it down something small like this. That's not the PCG volume. That's the water zone. Why did I select that? PCG graph. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. So let's say. Oh, I see what I did. I got to make sure it's within the boundaries. There we go. Fill. No. Extents. Nope. Where is the... I'm looking for wherever the heck the checkbox is for filling the entire... That's it right there. This stupid, that's where the graph was. And golly, I don't know. Help me out here. Where the heck? Yo, what's going on, TP? What's your show? Hey, welcome. Use multiple biomes at once map as an MMORPG. God tier landscape materials vid. Oh yeah, so this the texturing that I'm going to show you is based on the God tier landscape materials videos, sort of. It's similar pipeline. I also did some heavy digging into some other Unreal development forums to kind of find the infinite extents. Golly, but it's not called that for PCG volumes. It's called for something else, and I can't remember what it is. But because right now I've got this oh, that's what, never mind. My box is down here. Yeah, but I still have, I can't find where the dang command is. Bounds. Oh. Oh, nope. It was my box. My box was, if you put the box below the terrain, I've noticed it does that, but I don't know where bounds, latest generation build. Bound. I know that relevant. I don't know why I did that. But the whole point is, your big brother, Steve, yeah, you can basically create these volumes like this, and you can move these volumes anywhere, and they will automatically snap or populate based on where the green is. I've got everything populating based on green here, based on green there. So it should work everywhere, just like that. No, I can't remember what it's called. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to be able to do it, and I can't remember where it was. It's in this graph. But I don't want to kill time trying to find it, because it's supposed to be that's not it. Well, Probably next to the extents. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm not gonna worry about it right now, but of course I don't know why I have a water zone there. So let's go ahead and start with the new landscape, because I want to at least showcase the main thing I had intended on showcasing today. Let's not save any of the stuff we just did, because I don't want to wait 10 years for... You're so smart, T-Bone. All this stuff looks crazy. Oh, thank you, brother. Oh, here was the original guy. Here was the first actor I tried to manipulate. And I guarantee you it'll work now if I decide to change world units to 0 to 1. And it will, because it's taking a minute to... Maybe the water zone have the box with infinite amount is related to the PCG. That could be true. Yeah, the box scaling is kind of funky. Yeah, see, it works there. Although this landscape is a bit larger than the last one. So it's not happy with what I'm doing. And it doesn't help that it's right there on a seam. All right, let's I'm gonna delete that actor real quick. All right, so let's actually start the process of creating something. Let's just use this for our example. Let's see if we can't get some more rivers, because rivers are is really cool. So select, add a spring, left shift click there. So generate stream. Let's make this stream go this way. Oh boy, well that's interesting. Ooh, okay, hold on, let's see. River width. Oh, that's cool. You can change you can modify each spring to be something a little different. So river type, mountain steep. Ooh, okay. Mountain. Oh, that's interesting. I have not messed with this yet. Flat, gentle slope, mountains. Oh, I didn't read this question. Maybe the water zone have the box for infinite unbound. Is that related to PCG? The water zone shouldn't have anything related to what was affecting the PCG. I think it was, well, actually, no, because I have that PCG was adhered to the landscape. Like it was only grabbing samples from the landscape. Although, you might be right, because the water zone is part of a landmass element, so the PCG might be reading it the same. That's a pretty novel thought. And this is really cool. Okay. Quack. You guys are funny in Twitch. At least it's working. Hey, at least what I tested last night with JB Creative and a few other people means that I can stream to 2 locations at once. I did ask Deadly for advice on how to do that, and the pipeline, the piece that he showed me was fine, but I felt like it was pretty old. But I found a new one that I think it's really intuitive. Let's add, should we add another one? Let's see what happens over here. Actually, since I don't want to do the border blending anymore. Oh, actually, no. Maybe I do. No, let's put the border blend back because it was kind of nice. Border blend, but not. This will be a good stamp. Now, why is it in a corkscrew is a good question. Let's increase this up some. Yeah, I don't want to completely remove it all, but this method's fine. Rivers. All right, let's see what this does. Generate stream. Ooh, interesting. Let's see what it does when it's up there. Nope. It naturally wants to go right there. That's pretty cool. I think you can combine the chats as well. I think you can, but I have no idea how you do that because I thought that there were some problems with that or how to do that. I should read up on that because that would actually be really super beneficial. Not just for me, but for you guys to interact with each other. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. Figure out how to do that. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do one more. Kind of like this guy right there. So for context, I think what's happening is the streams will be generated based on what the base fractal noise is and not necessarily where I want it to go. I don't think it goes naturally to, wait, remove or shift. Nope. Remove node. Oh, right mouse. Ah, okay. Let's generate that one. Oh, it removes the whole string. Adjust node height. Let's do this one. Yeah, because I want it right there. I want to cut this down. That actually looks pretty sweet. So let's see what this does. River depth. Not much. It is 2 some o'clock. Oh, that's cool. You can just click and add more in line with things. Perfect. Oh, you can change the, let's see. Oh, you can change the width per node. That's interesting. It's doing something, but it's not. Yeah. It's not it's actually moving it. It just takes a few different edits to adjust. That's actually pretty neat. Let's say we're gonna be happy with that. Does anyone ever import GIS geodata into Unreal Engine? Does work fine with Nanite? I don't know. That's a good question. Anybody? Restream bot. All right, I'll look at the Restream bot and see how it does. Maybe Steve in Twitch chat knows. Do you stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time where we can combine chats? Because that would be kind of nifty. All right, let's see what is one more thing. Rocky. Soft flows. This is kind of cool, but I'm only going to do it for some small elements. Let's see, step size. I feel like that should be backwards. It's a very interesting. Why does World Creator 2 crash from filters? World Creator 2 was a bit more unoptimized compared to this version that I'm using. So I guess it depends. World Creator 2, I think, required a whole lot more GPU resources. And it was also, fun fact, World Creator 2 was built on the Unity engine. Nothing wrong with Unity engine, but it wasn't as favorable to work with for them, I think, and allowing it to be optimized. So I think it is very resource heavy. Okay, let's not give you guys seizures. Let's go ahead and try and import this into Unreal. I need the custom base shape settings, so I can't switch to the new versions. Oh, I gotcha. That's a tough one. Do you have like a lot of filters or a lot of areas? Do you have a lot of custom areas? There's World Creator. World Creator 3 is in between, but it's still it's still not with Unity. It's still with their own custom mesh. All right, let's create a second biome actually, because I need to do that. Let's create a second biome. So we'll create layers for these two, or biome layers. So let's close these. So global. Let's see. Hold on. Global takes up the whole thing. Where is show biomes? Perfect. Okay. So the second biome, yeah, there we go. We'll just say that's over here. Now let's make it a different color altogether. All right, so let's say biome 2 is down here. And it is, let's edit it. Let's clear it out. Oops, wrong keybind. There we go. And let's paint. Let's actually, hold on. Let's, where was the optimization for the generator filter? Yeah, let's turn the real-time generator off real quick so that we can paint this without it. Okay, well, that's new. We need the real-time generator. Hello, time to learn from the best. Ah, you're being too nice. Well, I need an 8K terrain. Well, you can do that here. If from World Creator 2, if you don't have a whole lot of editing left to do, you could just export a height map and use that as a stamp in here if you want. And then you can bring that in as a shape layer, stamp layer like this, import the height map and color map of what you exported from World Creator 2, and then go from there. But unfortunately, there's not a really fun way of exporting or going from World Creator 2 to this version, unfortunately. Yeah, let's say that's going to be the scene render. And in this biome, let's say, in this biome, we'll just say that this area is pretty smooth, very, very smooth. And let's see about the blending. No, let's do blend size. Yeah, let's not do that one, but let's do blend size about 50%. Oof, hold on a minute. Let's expand its reach. There we go. So in this filters, we will flatten it a little bit. Maybe not too much. I don't know if I like flatten. Hey, Dolly Crane. I'm trying to set up a different biome here, but it's balloon. It's being a little wonky. Deflate. That's interesting. Let's turn off that. That's very interesting. Let's do deflate and squeeze. We will do a little bit of denoise. Make the radius a little small. Maybe mud. Nope, I don't like that. That's interesting. Let's do irregular. Kind of wish Broker had an indie tier. Casual can't be used commercially. Yeah, the tier system, I don't know what their oop, that's a little wonky. Yeah, I'm not in control of the whole pricing model and all that stuff. So their pricing seems fair compared to the other ones that are out there, but it's, you know, everyone's mileage is a little differently. So I can totally understand people having different needs. All right, we're going to add some materials to this. And this is purely for, yeah, oh, wrong one. I wanted, oh, that could be, this one can be super tan. almost like sand in a way. We can roll with that. Okay, that'll be the base. Well, yeah, that'll be the base. Let's add a green in here. These aren't going to be the colors I really care about for Unreal's purpose. I'm just trying to get a few different layers to go about so that we can hurry up and get into Unreal. Yeah, they've tried to look at it, I think, in a few different ways before in the past. It's just trying to also compete with the other models as well, because most of the indie versions that you see are basically the same price as sort of they don't call them indie, they just call them individual. So you can get an individual license, but the commercial stuff is really just higher end pieces, I think. I'm not really sure what I'm wanting to do here. Kind of like that green to be completely. More iterations, more range strength. Yeah, that base is kind of neat. I'm moving around way too much. I apologize. All right, all right, I'm gonna do a couple more things because I have to get over to Unreal here in a minute. Let's say this one is distributed based off some slope, but some higher slope. Somewhere in this medium range. Yeah, it makes sense if you're making multiple landscapes over and over. A little hard if you only need the one per indie game. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, I see. You're just asking for making one. Yeah. Kind of like a single use type situation. I don't know of any software out there that for landscapes that lets you do it for one, like a lower tier license just for one landscape. But that would be an interesting compromise. There we go, finally. Maybe this needs to be a little bit more red. Does that look green to you? Oh, it is. That's because it is. There we go. So this is sort of, I think we need a stream that's specifically about biomes, way more specific than this. My main focus was trying to showcase that material setup, which we're going to have to get to here in just a little bit. All right, so we've got 3 materials. Let's add one more because I'd love to do 5 materials for this. So let's do one more for this biome. Let's get it to do some distribution, maybe based off rocks. Step size. That's not bad. What is this? This color? That's the color. Why is that so? There we go. That's a little. This is a little better that we can work with this for the scene. Yeah, World Creator is a layer-based system. A lot of people were asking them, why don't you just do nodes? Because nodes has a lot of free-flowing pieces, but some people work better in the layer-based system. Some people work better in the node-based system. So there's pros and cons to both. So this is sort of the way that they've decided to do it, and I think it's worked well for them thus far. Let's make the distribution of this one more piece other than slope. Let's see, what do I want to do? You can do it based on polygon. You can do it based on the rivers, which is cool. Let's do a little bit of roughness. So the roughness is this, slope is this, and roughness and slope together are this. So let's change, let's take our strength down to really tiny. Gotta do some little adjustments. Step size. Hold on a second, I have an idea. All right, let's do that. But let's check it out real quick. That's not bad. Hey JB, welcome back. I hope in the future there is an option to make save file for your atmosphere, like sun settings and cloud settings. Oh, from here, like from World Creator, like be able to export those settings. That would be interesting. Let's do one more color here. Let's just make it like a dark green, and let's see what it does to the river. Well, I don't see it yet. I'd rather just get something quick. Huh. Okay, we can roll with that. That's not in yet. Oof. Wait, what now? Hold on a minute. What's not in yet? Presets. It's hard to find the good settings again for every scene. Oh, yeah. So you can establish your own presets of things, but I don't know about... Like you can save your own biomes, your own materials, setups, your own distributions. So if I like this biome that I've set up here, we'll just call this sand biome, and we'll call this rocky biome. If I like this rocky biome, all I have to do is just drag this onto the biomes right here, and rocky biome is made. And if I didn't want rocky biome anymore, I got rid of rocky biome, but it's right here in my presets. You drag this up to biomes, and rocky biome is back. So you can save your own presets in here of things. there's probably not presets for every aspect, but there's definitely some presets in here. As well as if you have brushes, let's open up the brush folder. Oh, not that one. Let me go to, let me try and find it here. 1 second. Okay, so in your My Documents folder, under World Creator and version, I've got a lot of versions. So this version is 2024-1. Presets, here's where all those presets are located. So biome, for example, my biome is right here. So you can, you know, get it from another one. But also what's here is brushes. You can import your own alpha masks or your own, you know, heat maps. And when you go to do anything like a mask layer, for example, edit, it'll appear right here. But there's not like a scroll window function, so it's kind of hard to get. I think there might be a scroll, I'm not sure. But you can import your own masks to be used right here if you want. Yes, it's not export for own use in World Creators. I gotcha. But this guy, you cannot save. No, you can't save. That's any of the environment things. Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if that's something they're planning on doing. I just don't know. You can export the cameras. I think you can export those. Or you will export those. I don't know what this is. Metalness, roughness, mesh. Yeah, you can't export the cameras yet, but... Oh, wait, what's this? Save. Oh, no. You should be able to export the camera locations at some point based on like where a gizmo would be. And in terms of environment, I have no idea if they're going to have the ability to export said environments or any of that, but it's certainly something we can ask them to see if they'll do. I just don't know if that's something they're going to be doing. All right, let's try and go ahead and get into Unreal. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers. So what I'm going to do is let's do export the height map of this. What is this? This is 1024 at half meter precision, so it's 2048. Let's do a quarter meter. All right, let's do a quarter meter. Go from there, and let's test this out. Let's do raw 16-bit little Indian, and we'll use this as session 2 height map. We'll just call it that. Normalize single channel. Let's open up our export folder right here. And we're going to export the height map. Let's just make sure we can get the height map in first and see how that looks. So is the height map in here? Yes, it is. I'm going to rename this to R16. Click yes. And test environments. We're going to go to the other session. I'm just calling this dry tundra. And let's move this over here. All right, so it's session 2 height map. And let's save this. Let's go here. All right, we've already got the landscape at our size. And our size of this landscape is 4033 by 4033. Let's see. That's one reason why it's taking a while, because we've got a lot of these regions. All right, good. There you go. All right, so manage, import, height map file. That game engine info will be so helpful. Yeah, so this I mean, it just tells you what it is yet, but it's not going to tell you the scale yet. We're going to get to scale in just a minute, actually. We can go along with my documentation. I mean, the vibes of this music, guys. Holy smokes. All right, so in my own documentation for landscape sizing, we're basically doing we're doing this, but we're doing it after the fact. We're basically following the updating a height map, or why is this text there? All right, so let's go in here. Let's find the height map, dry tundra landscape, open this. All right, so you see how the landscape is in World Creator is 4096 by 4096. Unreal, this landscape is actually 4033 by 4033, but you can see it sees that the import resolution is 4096 by 4096, and you can see that it's wanting to add another quad component over here. So it's a little bit bigger than the landscape. So you have a couple options to go about doing that. Per my instructions, actually, nope, down here. Right here, we can choose the original way to import it, which imports the data size of the file itself, and it can do some clipping or extending depending on how it is. We can expand it. So if you've got if I were to have exported a 1 kilometer height map and I want to expand the information to fit the 4 kilometer range, it'll expand it. Subregion lets you basically put it wherever you want at whatever resolution. It's not going to check. It's not going to give you a resolution check. It's just going to paste it at whatever resolution it happens to be at for that sort of quote unquote stamp. Resample is the best. It takes whatever the resolution of the height map is, and it basically retopologizes the landscape based on the height map data. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do resample so that there's no issues, and import. And yes, we know that. Go ahead and do that. So while it's importing, because it can take a minute, let's go ahead and export our textures. So we got 6 textures here, but we're not going to export this color. What we're going to do is let's go ahead and go to our preset. Let's do splat map. So what this is going to do, if I have this on by default, it's going to basically not use alpha channel. So single channel, we want to do single channel for each color so that each one of these could be their own separate map to tell us where it's going to be. Essentially, we're going to be exporting the heat map of each one of these items. So this will be a heat map. This will be a heat map. This will be a heat map. This will be a heat map, so on and so forth. Or colors. So there's 2 ways we can do this. If you want, when I do this and click export, it's going to export all of these colors together. So let's say, what's the, there's not a file name, which is unfortunate because we can just name all these materials to be something and that's what it would end up as. But it's not going to do that. So let's just do, we don't want the X and the Y. Let's remove that. And let's just do it based on number. So index of layered texture. So the index of the layered texture means it goes from the bottom up. So this color layer right here is index 0. This color layer is index 1, 2, 3. And let's just call this color 4, color 5. So this is how the index of colors are going to work. We don't really need to save this one because we'll just assume in Unreal that it's consuming the entire landscape. So color 1, if we want to export everything that color 1 is going to be on the landscape. For example, if I were to hide all of these except for color 1, once it's done generating. So color 1 is technically going to take up more information on the landscape than if I were to add color 2. If I add color 2, then it's going to remove some of that information in terms of splat matting from color 1. So if I want to export each one of these colors with their respective informations individually, I just need to make sure that I am hiding these right now. This is going to be fixed later on, but currently in this process, I just need to hide all the colors that I don't want. So in this case, we're going to hide, well, we're just going to use color 1 here. We don't have to worry about the base color 0, because it's not going to be doing anything. So color 0. So we're going to export color 1. And I can actually even name this. So we can name this color 1 underscore. All right, we want it to be PNG. Everything's fine here. Single channel. Actually, let's make it 18. Yeah, we want it to be, since it's not going to be a color, it's going to be a splat map. We want it to be 16 bits. Compression is default is fine. Single channel. All right, export. All right, so in the export window, and we obviously haven't got there yet, hasn't finished exporting. All right, so you see right here where it says 0, forget the color 1, but where it says 0, that's representing this layer. So this is everywhere that this layer is going to be populating, which we don't really need because it's going to be based off the lowest value. So let's go back to the folder, and I'm just going to delete this one. Yes, so this is color 1, index 1. Okay. We'll do the same thing for color 2. Where is color 2? Oh, it's just so light I can't see it. Okay. All right, so color 2. We'll name this color 2 and export. There you go. This is funny. It's going to take a minute, isn't it? All right. So export. Here's color 2. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Wait a minute. Yeah, color 2. Oh, I see it. It indexed it like that. Okay. Let's just rename it like this so that we can. Gotcha. All right, so let's go to color 3. I'm doing this individually so that each element can have the max coverage that they have. Just remove the index number because we don't really need that. All right. Export this. You are really going to mess me up, aren't you? All right. So, all right, color 3. Everywhere where color 3. Wow, it's really showing itself, isn't it? All right, now it is color 4, which really is everything that's right there. I could do these all individually, but like I said, it's like if I do them, or sorry, I could do these all together in one swoop and it would make all this for me automatically, but it's going to remove the information of a color layer that if there's a color, like color 2 is on top of areas where color 1 would normally be painted, it's going to remove those. So I'm doing these all individually so that I can have all the information per color. All right, last one, color 5. There we go, splat map, color 5. Export. Color 5 right there. All right, now we're going to do one more biome. And this one is going to be sort of the biome that covers everything. So let's say I'm trying to think how I wanted to do this, because now it's not going to. I used to create these and then have them not overwrite any information whatsoever. They would just be blending in, but we can't do that function anymore. Strength. Okay, so that's it right there. So the blending factor. So no matter what strength we put this at, it's not really going to matter because of the blend biome layer. So the blending is, we'll say it's at 0, so it doesn't affect anything. At least it shouldn't. Yeah, there we go. So this is basically everything from the sand biome and rocky biome. So this biome is pretty much just going to be the macro color biome. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to make a texture. We're going to make it a gradient texture. And this is going to cover the whole kit and caboodle. Let's get is this in yet? Holy smokes. If I've got to quit Unreal again, I'm going to have to, because I'm going to have to speed this up. Let's go to wherever. No, not that one. Oh, not that one either. Yeah, let's go to this one. Live session, Icelandic landscape, grass splat. No, looking for the color one. Here we go. So I'm basically going to sample. You know what? I'm going to sample some different colors. 1 second. Because I prefer colors that sort of match this area. All right, perfect. I'm going to grab some of these colors. This is the starter landscape that I did before. So this is going to be a picture I'm going to put to the side. That way I can sample it. So it's off to the side. I'm going to pick my colors, hold control to record the colors. There you go. And press anywhere to accept. All right, so we have this gradient. I don't think it's not going to show anything because it's... Yeah. Let's move... That's not going to work the way I was hoping it would. Let's remove this for the time being and put this into materials here. Yeah, let's remove that macro one. Move this biome one. And let's remove that biome height. There we go. So now this gradient is taking over the entire landscape. So let's do a gradient distribution of height. So this is 152. This is 27. 150. Wow, okay. See what that inverting the gradient does. Yeah, there we go. So height, let's bring it down some. Let's bring this, oh, that's why. Zero that out. Because that didn't make sense. This should stop about right there. Yeah. So, there. Yeah, that's it right there. So let's take, there's a lot of red here. So let's do minus 50. See that I got the gradient going on there. There is a bug with this range, so it may not work out the way I want it to. Well, that didn't go well. Let's lower this to 50. Somewhere right there. I hope what I'm doing is making sense. I'm just kind of blabbering until Unreal is done with its jazz. And look, it's finished. All right, so here's the landscape in Unreal. Whoop, it's pretty big. It's pretty good size. Okay, finally. Let's now do one more. Let's do some rocks. And do another one of, say, I think rocks is fine. But we could say the opacity of this is half of what it needs to be. Yeah, so think this as the the macro color variation, as wild as this is. We're going to export this, not splat map, but we're going to export this color map of this. All right, so it's going to be, and I don't know if we're going to be getting into this yet or not. We're just going to export this color gradient on its own. And hopefully we can start going from there. All right, there's the macro color, as wild as that is. let's go to put these into our respective folder location for this project. 2024. Oopsie daisy. All right, so color 1, color 2, 3, 4, 5, and the macro color. All right, so now we're finally going to create the texture in Unreal. So let's do this. This is a big landscape. And I mean, it doesn't, you tell me, it doesn't look half bad. It's pretty large. And see, here's the other biome right here that we made in World Creator. We're not going to do the biome differences here in World Creator yet. Oh, the other thing. Oh, yes. Based on my documentation, the next thing that we want to do is the Z-scale factor. So let's see what our height range is. So calculator. So 204.077 minus 18.904. So that's our range right here. This is our the range of our in meters of our landscape. Now Unreal does things based on 512 meters, as you can see in my documentation right there. So we need to take the number that we just made, divide it by 512, times that by 100 to get our percentage, and that'll be what we need to plug in. So this number divided by 512 is 36.1%. You know that by timesing it by 100. So this number right here was seemingly, before I imported, would have been a great idea, but we can select get out of this mode. We can select the landscape after the fact, and in this panel, the scale panel, just type in, enter the number there, and it'll scale it in this location once it decides to do it. There we go. That is pretty dang low. Actually, this is the scale. If I just realized, this is the scale if we wanted to scale the exact Z height. But you remember in World Creator, our terrain size is actually 1 kilometer, not 4 kilometers. So we basically scaled a 4 kilometer height down to the 1 kilometer spectrum. So to get it to match exactly, it's a little bit different math, but I'm just going to take the number that we generated here, this 36 something %, and I'm going to times it by 4. So 144 will be the close scale, should be a close scale to what it needs to be in terms of Unreal's purposes, to match a similar scale to what we had it in World Creator. Although, there we go. This is more accurate. There we go. It's a big one. It is a pretty large dude. And then now, let's see. I'm also going to, because you see the grid line here, I'm going to increase the height of the landscape. So 100. Sorry. So our Z height in World Creator, it was whatever that number was. Shoot. All right, so it's 185. And I think, because I basically want to move the landscape up above this point. I want to increase its location up to a certain spectrum. So 100 here should be equivalent to this times 4. So divided by 2, we need to move this up that many units. But it'll be in centimeters. Of course, you know, Unreal decided to save right now. This autosave part, man, oh my gosh. You guys doing okay? You don't account for the save function to be going as long as it does, but I honestly probably shouldn't have done a 4-kilometer landscape. That might have helped. Well, it'd be nice if this saved a lot faster, wouldn't it? Because we can't just rely on World Creator now. We kind of have to dive into it. Can disable it going forward. Yeah, that's true. I should just totally disable it. Of course, I wish I could have just seen this and I could have clicked it. I sometimes type some of the math in the box. Yeah, you can type the math in this box. You can totally do that. Guys, come on, it's not that hard to save. You're ruining my time. Oh boy. I don't know how to stop it once it's starting. Of course, that's a bad idea, I'm sure. Cancel. Well, let's see what other things we can do in here while that's saving. Coffee time, yeah. I've only got an hour, maybe an hour left, so I really need to speed this up, but I can't handle the autosave stuff right now. We can hold on. We can go to open up. I don't have that one on here, do I? Procedural sample? Man, this is hurting. This is hurting. Let's see what other projects. Yeah, Livestream was always between saves, so it probably is safer, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's what's this one? See, the last stream I was able to the autosave features, the lack of the autosave really me saving screwed me up. This time, the fact that there's an autosave is really screwing me up. I just don't know why it's hung on 50%. right. So yeah, this is gonna be some jank here. There we go. Well, guys, stop messing up. All right, what I'm gonna do is forget the 4 kilometers on the save. I'm gonna make it a small landscape to kind of run through it with you real quick because I really need to go over this with you guys. The big landscape fact is kind of hurting. All right, before we get into this, where is the autosave? Loading and saving. Where was the Google Doc link? I haven't posted it yet. Loading. Is it called autosave? Oh, that's not project settings. Wouldn't it be in editor preferences? Here we go. Yeah, I've got to have that off right now. All right, level session 2. Let's see what this has. Yeah, I'll post it. I'm gonna try and with the Google Doc, I'm gonna try and get it to. Yeah, we haven't done this. Let's create a new level because I don't want to do it this. So we'll just call this one session 2. You're trying to. I don't want to. Okay. Okay. Thank God that didn't explode on me. All right. Let's do a new landscape. But this time, let's do one that's not so ridiculous. Let's make it the same size that this is, which is obviously not relevant anymore. So what did I have this at? 1 kilometer. So an Unreal landscape. Let's do 1009 by 1009. All right, so let's just go ahead and create this. Wait, did I enable levels? No, I didn't. Yeah. Oh, I did. Okay, so oh, wait a minute. I know what I didn't do. Shoot. I need to do this. Save current level as. I want to save on top of this guy. Yes. That's what I needed. I needed it to already be open world because I don't want to deal with making it open world after the fact. All right, landscape. Here we go. Because now world partition's enabled. There we go. So this is. All right, so we're going to create this. All good. Has World Creator added more game dev features, such as... Is there anything specific you're resample. This is going to be a pretty big height map for this tiny terrain, but that's fine. We will import it. Yes. Fast, super fast. So I do remember that the math for this one was, for the height, was 36.1. Yeah, there you go. That's about right. Yeah, so much quicker, so much quicker. All right, so in here, the range was what, 185 something. So let's just say 185 divided by 2. So I think that, oh, yeah, we're not going to do the comma because I remember that hurt me last time. Select the landscape, paste it, but no comma. Nope, nope, not that, not that. Nope, nope, nope. Shoot. Wrong port. This one. Yeah, that way the ground plane, yep, is below it. All right, there we go. Now I'm going to manually press save all. See, it's already past 50%. I think what I had was my landscape streaming proxies was an obscene amount, and that's what was causing the issues. So direct to UEFI export import. So they do have the bridge tool, which I covered in the last session, but it's not completely there yet. I wouldn't use it. I would just use this manual method. The ability to design areas on a similar scale to add things like towns, villages, roads, trails. So you're talking about like sort of a bi-directional workflow. So being able to export or to basically have like a live link, you know, from Unreal to World Creator. So you, as you're doing the landscape, you can live link it in. Is that really what that? Hold on a minute. Now I'm curious. It is? Okay. I was like, where did this thing come from? But it's there. All right, never mind. All right. We've got to do this ridiculously quicker than I was hoping to do. All right, so we are, if I can find my notes. All right, so we're going to create the material for this landscape via the landscape or the material attributes method. So let's go into our, let's go into the tutorials, live session 2. And this is some jank. So we'll just do this landscape material folder. All right, so let's create a master material. We're going to call this master material underscore terrain. This is going to be the main piece that we work in. All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to use material attributes. So what we need to do to make this work out, we need to do a material attribute, if I can type, attribute layers. And all we have to do is plug that in. Seemingly that's the primary looking of the graph. But for the material attribute layers, we have to tell it what layer asset to use. And that layer asset is basically going to be the material function that we made in the previous episode. You close the biomes, but you save the height map. Wait, what now? You close the biomes, but you don't save the height map again. Yeah, because I'm just using the same height map from the previous. I didn't have to resave the height map because this is the one that I was wanting to use to begin with. I was just opening and closing the different materials to do that, if that's what you meant. All right, so we need to create basically the material function graph that we created in the first session. Sorry, we're going to working. So we created something similar to this in the first session. So we're going to be copying some elements of this, but not all of it. But what we need to do is we need to plug something in here that's a material layer. And that's also the same thing as a function. So we're going to go back down to live session 2. And right here, we're just going to go to material layer. You can see it's got the function symbol, which is the same as the material function. So that's basically all it is. And we're going to call this material layer underscore terrain, but we're going to call it layer asset. Okay. So material layer asset. So this is already set up for you in a certain way. So it's got the input, anything that's coming into it, and the set material attributes. So this is very similar to what this is. So what we need to do is in here, just like in our original material function, set base, normal, roughness, and displacement. So I'm basically just going to copy this and set right here so I don't have to recreate it. All right. And then we can plug in everything that we need to right over here. So material function, let's grab. We're going to use this same logic that we did before. So the texture core, actually, where is, yeah. We're going to use this same logic. So we're going to grab this. So the texture chord, multiply, texture scalar, pretty self-explanatory. I talked about the texture variation node and the shifted UVs. That's also in the last live stream, but it's really handy to remember. So I'm just going to keep that to the side. All right, for these, let's copy everything except the input. We don't care about the input or the texture object. We just want to grab all this stuff. Okay, and so this will go into the base color. This will go into the normal. What was this one? This one will go to... Wait, what was this one? Oh. Roughness and displacement. Okay. We're going to do this one a little differently. Yeah, we'll just do that the same. Roughness. And if you have displacement, we would do displacement, but we're probably not going to have any displacement in here. So what's this saying? No texture samples. So let's do default color. Is there a default? Let me try and find. I gotcha. I can't remember what that texture was called. This default texture is default. Oh yeah, right here. Default texture. Base flatten normal. And we'll just do this base white. No, there's a white in here. That's not what I want. I can't find the dang white texture that I had. What is this? What is this called? White square texture. You've got to be kidding me. White square texture. Got it. Same thing for this one. All right. So seemingly this is our setup. The texture variation shifts the UVs in the X and Y direction and you can even input a height map to sort of variate that. Shifted UVs, basically it's just a clean way to pipe everything where they are, as long as you make sure that your texture samples have for the MIP value mode, that must be set to derivative, because this texture variation node is going to be guiding where that's going to be. As well as when you do this method, also, it's a good rule of thumb, use the shared wrap as the sample source so that we can have more than 16 samples per I can't even think of the word I was trying to think of. One thing I do want to add before I go any further is add some color controls. So instead of it just being straight up tint like this, I also don't need any of that. All right, so we're gonna add some color controls for this for the base color. Things like saturation, brightness, contrast, and tint. So I'm gonna do a logic that basically Quixel did the same exact logic with Megascans. So I'm just going to run with it. So let's create 3 here and convert this to a parameter. We'll do this, we'll call this color controls. And we'll name this, what did I have this named as? Saturation for the R channel. Brightness for the green channel. And contrast for the blue channel. All right, so we want to pull out the color here to a desaturation node. And then for the saturation, we're going to pull out into the fraction, but we're going to reverse it. Otherwise, it's going to basically do the inverse of what we want. So we need to make it feel right. So we're doing 1 minus. Same logic that we did for flat normals. So desaturation is going to automatically put it at a desaturated level, but we want to start off with 0 values. So we want to start off with the values of 1. So that basically a saturation value of 1 in reverse with the desaturation for this texture sample means it's not going to desaturate it. It won't desaturate it. All right, so from here, I'm going to pull this off into a multiply. And we're going to go and use the brightness control for this one. Let's pull this up here. All right. And then we're going to do another multiply. But this multiply, we're going to make a new 3 constant, and we'll call this color tint. So this will be our tint value. And we'll also set it with full ones. And that's what's going to be multiplied into there. Perfect. And the last one is going to be contrast. To do contrast, we pull out this last one here, call it a power, and contrast will be power. Perfect. So this, we'll select all of these, press C to add a comments box, and we'll call this color controls. We can even colorize it to be whatever color you want, maybe a little light blue. And we can highlight these, press C, and we'll call this UV coordinates, which feels like it should be somewhere in this range. All right, let's just, so that you know, highlight these, and this will be shifted UVs. perfect. So this is generally our setup right now. Oh, and we need to, whoopsies. We need to take this power and plug it into the base color. There we go. So now everything should work. We will apply and save this. So now let me go back to my notes. Now, so we've created this material layer asset. So let's go back to let's remove this. Let's go back to the main material. So this is what we need to plug in here. So let's search for it. We'll do the ML underscore, you see it right here, terrain layer asset. So this is what's going to drive all of the parameters for the main material. At this point, we can save this. Go back here in the content drawer. I'm going to right click, create a material instance of this guy. And we shall call this guy as I just messed that up. We'll just do it MI. So material instance terrain. And so for the terrain, let's go ahead and plug that in. So landscape material. We have this selected and we can plug it in. So that is the single material over the entire terrain. It's not much, obviously, because it's just that base layer function. But here's where the magic's going to happen. Let's go ahead and open up this material instance. And you see we're going to open up layer parameters, and here's the background layer. So here is the layer asset and the material layer terrain layer asset that we created, which represents everything that we just did. So now let's create a few more layers. We know that we've got here, let's see, we have 5 additional layers. So in here, let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just call it layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, because I'm not really sure what we're going to name these yet. So each one of these is going to want a piece of information, the layer asset that we just created. So we can apply this to all of them. So material layer and terrain layer asset. So all of these layers are going to use that same exact layer asset, because that's how we're going to basically assign all the different material elements or textures to each and every one of these. So for example, layer 5, we drop down layer asset. We see the texture variation parameters. We see the scalar parameters for displacement and the normal intensity that we set up, even the vector parameters. So the color controls, the R is saturation, brightness, and contrast. Color tint is also the color, but where is, did I not? I didn't. Let me set up, right click. This isn't a parameter yet. So this needs to be albedo. Derivative, shared wrap. I don't know why there's an error. Now why is there an error? Oh, because it removed, did it remove the... Oh. What's up with this? Why are these going? Hold on a minute. That's why. I was wondering why the heck it was, why it shifted those. That makes no sense. So convert to parameter. Why did it shift those? Interesting. All right, so let's just select all these so they don't get mad at me. Break node links. All right. I'm going to save this. Okay, because last time I did this is when they really got mad. Oh. Forgot to convert this to a parameter. Convert to parameter. This is roughness. And this would be displacement. Of course, everything that I'm doing would probably be much easier for you to follow when I finish it, that texture, that document, huh? Because then you could just read it and you wouldn't have to deal with all this stuff. Okay, so now here we go. Scale the texture. Yeah, we can plug in our values here. No problem. Let's change the tint of all of these so that we have some basis to go by. That node really doesn't like you. Dude, I'm telling you. Let's see. What was it? Vector parameter, color tint. All right. Let's make the... What was layer 1? Let's get these matched up. So let's see if we can't copy this just for sake. Layer asset for the background. Color tint. Yay, so we got that color tint. All right, so that's background. So for layer 1, this one, copy. Just trying to make it streamlined here. Make that green, okay. Perfect. See, it's green. That one's brown. All right, so let's go do the rest of these, just to have something that we can do real quick. Copy. Paste. Fortunately for you guys, you don't have to suffer from going through this stream again. You could seemingly open up my recorded session next time, because I'm going to splice all of this together. And you... Shit. No. Hold on, go back. I don't think that was the right color, was it? It could have been. Anyway, apart from the document that you're going to get, you're also going to get the recorded live session of this whole stream that's going to be spliced down to the different sections. So there's no need for you to have to sit and bear the brunt of all of this. It's going to be edited down nice and cleanly, so that you can find the information that you want to find. Perfect. All right, last one. This is what I get for doing 5 colors instead of 3 like the first time. 5 colors. But it's proof that you can do this in a 4-hour spectrum or 3-hour spectrum. All right. Let's save this. Now let's see what we did. It's green. Where is all of the pieces? Well, that's what I'm here to tell you. I actually find the bug fix just as useful. Yeah, because that's what some people were telling me after the fact. You know, that even though they were saying I kept my cool with the issues before, but the fact that you were able to see a problem and brainstorm about how to fix said problem or where to go and find what the problem is just as much valuable information as doing it right to begin with. All right, so we don't have to do a whole lot left, except for there's one huge piece of information that it's obvious that we're missing. What about those landscape layers? Where are those? So, well, we need to go to the master material to set those up. There's an issue with the material attribute layers here. Is I can do in setup, let's just do landscape layer sample. We'll call this layer 0 because this is going to be represented by the color 0 here. You can name this whatever you want. I'm just trying to find an even ground here. So we're going to name the layer, all 5 layers based on, technically 6 layers based on this stuff. And also technically, we should name this background layer to something, but you don't really need to worry about that. It's the background layer. So let's go to here and let's copy and paste this a few times. So this landscape layer will be 1. This landscape layer will be layer 2. Layer 3, and let's get these a little tighter. At least we got music and you're not just sitting and listening to something bare. All right, let's also make these pretty. Align to the left. Is there yeah, equal distribution vertically. Hope you guys knew that. Okay, so there's not a pleasant way to pass through the landscape layer samples all the way through the terrain. We have to pass it through the material layer here and then into these layer assets. But to do so, we have to create something that's called, you can see here, is a blend asset. We need to make sure that we have a blend asset per one of these layers. The blend asset is basically going to allow you to customize how this layer is being blended in retrospect to the layer above it and the layer below it. So let's go and let's do this now. Let's open the content drawer, right click, and I am going to create, where is it? Material layer blend. And we're going to call this MLB for Major League Baseball. Now for material layer blend, and we're going to call this main underscore blend because we're going to copy this later on as an instance. So let's open this up. And here's what you have. You have the input. So it's going to be inputting all the material attributes from, say, layer 1 to layer 2. It's going to be inputting all the material attributes from the top layer, from layer 3 to layer 2. It's going to, and you're going to basically say, hey, this is how it's going to be blended together. And what's really powerful is the alpha channel right here, is how you're going to control what's being blended between the layers. I hope that makes sense, because this is very similar to, it's sort of like Photoshop, but you can basically say, here's the layer styles per layer. This is what you're going to plug into as your layer style. So we have to seemingly add this to these blend assets. So there's no blend asset for the base layer because it's covering the whole thing. So let's choose the blend asset here. So we're going to do MLB underscore main blend. There we go. So it's now going to understand that there's a pass through, but we still don't know yet about the landscape layers. So I'm going to come back full circle here in just a minute. So this MLB main blend, I'm just setting that up as sort of the masterpiece. We're just going to do 3 layers to start with. So MLB underscore main blend, MLB underscore main blends. I'm only going to showcase 3 layers right now. So let's hide layer 4 and layer 5. Let's only focus on these 3 layers right now. Let's save this. Perfect. So now we need to pass through this information to the next piece. So what we have to do is we basically have to sort of fake it. This is kind of what the God tier landscape videos were about from, I think the YouTube channel is Udini. Yeah, he does a lot of Houdini work, but his YouTube channel is Udini. Him and some other creators on the Unreal development community kind of sort of helped me pipeline some of these elements together. So we need to find a way to plug these in. So we do remember for this material attributes layer, there is this input. So this what is this input? Well, this input is essentially, if we open up the material layer that we created, remember this? It's this input right here. This is everything that is going into this node slot is being pulled into right here. So that's how we're going to pass through the landscape layers from graph to graph. So we have to plug these in somewhere, but you can't just plug these directly into here. It's not going to work. It has to be part of something. So let's do this. We can do set material attributes. This is where the magic happens. Let's just do that connection, because in the set material attributes, we have an array of items that we can add. But instead of base color, metallic, all these defaults, we have these customized UVs. Now this is very important because these are basically free channels, unused channels to be populated with whatever you want. You cannot use the customized UV channel number 0 because that's being used by the material attribute layer itself, and the UVs of the mesh. It's going to really mess you up. Something I learned from some pain, trial, and error. So you have to use customized UV 1. And technically, we don't even need this layer, I don't think. Yeah. So the base layer, the background layer, we don't need, because the background layer is the background layer. It's always going to be there. If we were to go to landscape mode and go to paint and it's preparing shaders. Hasn't quite got there yet. There's no background mode here because the background layer is essentially everything that's from the base up. We're technically going to want to go to there first. So we need to plug in these into the customized UVs. So each UV channel, each UV slot has 2 channels that it could be imported, because U is a channel and V is a channel, like X and Y. So we can plug in 2 layers per UV channel. So in this case, let's do UV2 and UV3, and we don't need, let's just go ahead and plug in 4 and 5. We don't need them just yet. So what we need to do is we need to combine these 2 samples into one of these customized UV channels. So we can do that by making a make float 2. So, and we plug these in together, and then we connect to the UV1. So basically, remember, customized UVs has 2 channels, X and Y channels, and it's going to be passing through all the way to the bottom. Is the Google Doc open yet to look at? No, I have not posted it just yet. But I will post it hopefully by the end of this week when I've got everything finished out. So right there, plug this one into the X, plug this make float 2 into the UV2 channel, and this one into the UV3 channel. So this is all we need to do in this stage. And seemingly, it's basically passing through all the landscape layer data through here, through the material attributes, and into the material, the output here, which then this output material comes through both of these, seemingly. So we don't have to do much left at this point except tell where the pass-through is going to be coming in this range. So let's go right here on the, from the input from the top layer. And let's do get material attributes. So we want to get the customized UV channel 1, customized UV channel 2, and customize UV channel 3. Perfect. And I am doing all of these right. So now what we need to do is, let's say we have to basically tell each of these layers which layer they're going to be a part of. So here in the material layer blend, let's pull this out and break float to components. So we need to split these out back to their individual pieces. So break float to components. Okay, I am not doing UV channel 3 just yet. And I'm going to be doing I think it's nope. What was this called? Aha. Component mask, B and A. Well, hold on a tick. Oh, I see. Okay. My bad. Yeah, it is a component mask. And we want to mask in RG, B, and A. This is going to allow us to have an option to choose what object we're going to select. So we need to also make a make float 4. So we're going to punch them back together into a single piece. So the results here, and then a blend material attributes. So here, I'm going to plug this one, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah. This one goes into A. We pull the top one into B since it still has hierarchy. Everything is being controlled by this alpha. And we're going to plug this into here. Now, let's hit apply. Is the monthly World Creator subscription gone? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it's monthly. Well, maybe it's still there. That's a good question. Yeah, material layers are pretty nifty. So you obviously, Mark, are a good go-to for making sure that I'm not doing anything wrong. All right. So material layer blend, main blend. At this point, what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have instance. Where am I at? So in material layer blend right here. I also need to convert this to a parameter. So layer choice. So make this component mask a parameter so that in the instance, here we go. So in layer 1 static component, what this is saying, okay, we're going to deselect everything but the R channel because layer 1 is going to be, if we backtrack layer 1 is XR, it's in the UV channel. Going backwards to the material inputs and layer 1. So layer 1 by the R channel is corresponding to this landscape layer. What we basically just did was we had to find a way to distinguish which landscape layer is going to be essentially used for layer 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's do that, but let's instead, we can do this. This one will be the G channel because it's the second one in the mix. 3 will be the B channel because it's the third one in a mix. All right, we're only going to do 3. This right now, this mask is only going to work when you have basically. We could do a fourth. We could do the fourth one. Yeah, let's do layer 4. It's only when you have 4 individual layers to work with. If you have more than 4, I'll show you the setup for that. So material layer, blend, underscore main blend map. True. All right. Gotcha. All right. Thanks guys for answering that question. Sounds good. All right. So material instance. For this landscape, we have the material instance, and we should see in the paint mode, well, my material layers aren't showing up. Landscape link, flow 2, customize UV1, UV2. Yep, all that's right. All that's right. There is a glitch, I think, with getting it to show up. There we go. That's it. It just takes a minute for Unreal to think. So if we go do something else and come back, landscape layers. All right, here's all the layer info. So you can see layer info 1, 2, 3, and 4. So layer 1, 2, 3, and 4. There is a 5th one, but we don't have that one. We don't have that one plugged in yet. All right, so let's try and see about pasting some of these things. So in manage, let's do, not that. Yeah. Oh, we don't have layer info. Huh. So here in Paint, we're going to add layer information, non-weight blended layer. Let's do live session 2. All right, so we'll put it there. So layer 1, non-weight blended layer, save. Perfect. Get out of here. All right, layer 2, non-weight blended layer. We'll do in layer info, save. Perfect, right there. While we're at it, we'll just add this one, even though there's no layer info in there currently. All right, so managed. All right, let's save all this stuff. Hopefully it doesn't bug on me. Because it's important to save, folks. Wonder what kind of tea he's getting. All right, so we have our layer information. We're going to import on layer 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's choose our materials. Here we go. Color 1, open. And we're going to remember, have the resample selected. Color 2, color 3 for layer 3, color 4 for layer 4. And with all amount of luck, yep. Well, we got one. What did we do wrong? Let me see my notes real quick. Oh, wait a minute. We only have those going through. Blend material. Oh, I see. Hold on. Let's see. All right. That one goes there. Yeah. RGBA. Yep, now they're starting to come in. Cross your fingers. Well, they were there. Oh boy. Let's just see what happens when we do what's layer 3. The other way we could do this is create this. Let's create we're really getting low on time. I'm gonna have to go here soon. This is not the sort of outcome I was wanting to do yet again. Where was my landscape materials? All right, so let's create. So this is the main blend. I'm gonna grab. Sorry. Yeah. I have one here that I know works. Let's see, material. Let's do the, where was the material function landscape layers? Yeah, so this one I know I can grab and put in here. So material MF landscape layers. So this is another way I know works. So in, and we can choose which channel this is. So we can save this as material layer blend layer 1. Save this as material layer blend layer 2. Material layer blend layer 3. And then layer 4. So we have a material layer blend per, or we will. So we'll do layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. So sometimes it's good to have a separate material blend per layer. Yeah. See, this is a good function that will basically input, get material attributes. So here's all the UV channels, and then you can basically output a different channel to each, location, and you bring that into the main graph here. This is what it should be here. This is what you want right there. And it's that simple. So let me go back and the way I had done it though, that way it did work quite well before. What do you think? Yeah, separate layers in a layer system. Yeah. This one's 2. Wait. I'm going to share these graphs because I know they all worked because I just did them. All right, those should all, see, look, they're all, the colors looks right now. This should be the base background. So layer info per layer. Look at there. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. A quick run through. We did it. Except this guy, I did accidentally paint over. Let me re-import this guy. What was this? Layer 3, color 3? Yes. Get that back to normal. And then for painting, we'll create a new layer like we did before. Call add. Create a new one like we did before. Call sub. And this layer here, this layer would be subtractive. So it's working so fast too. I know, right? And here's the beauty, because I got to go in 8 minutes or less. So I did not cover as much of the finished product that I wanted with you guys because of, problems, but you saw how we worked it out. And I swear the way I had the material layer set up, not this one. Yeah, sure, why not? The way I had the material layers, like this main blend, this is how not this, but when I had the color, individual color set up before, it worked fine. The beauty of this is now, let's forget layer 5 for a minute. He's no good. Let's say I want the rock, because I know there's more rock than this. Or let's say this sand. What's the sand color? Layer 2. Let's say I want layer 2 to be at the very top. Let's just swap it for layer 4. Now look, there's more of this once it finishes its hiccup. So material, once you get it set up right, this is really powerful. Let's say I want grass to be, I want to swap those. The problem with this is it's not like you can't put a layer in between another layer. It's just straight swapping. See, now grass is back on top. So you see now the reason why in World Creator we exported these individually, because then there's information that's not lost. There's whatever information that was made sticks with it. It's so fast too. Yeah, off top of it, adding rivers to a world with a river system, is it possible to mask it to a region? Having trouble finding documentation. Are you talking about in World Creator? For the rivers right now don't have, let's see, shape layers. So shape layers and biome layers and simulation layers. These three types of layers are going to get the same treatment as distribution options here at some point. So you will be able to say, I want these rivers to be distributed on the terrain based on a certain biome or mask. Or yeah, you can do that, but it's not yet. So we accomplished something today, and it's not entirely everything that I wanted to show you, but that's what post is for, right? The main highlight that I wanted to show you guys was how all of this worked out with the material attribute layers. They're so fast, asterisks as being fast, if you get them done right. And it's a really good way to non-destructively work throughout the setup. You also, the landscape layers aren't really, they're not entirely necessary. You can do the splat maps within the different material layer blends. You can do it, you can add the splat maps there, because that's what I did as a test, and you don't even have to have landscape layers. But the beauty of landscape layers is so that you can go in and paint and customize different pieces and parts. But if you don't want to deal with landscape layers, then you don't have to do any of the UV rerouting. Just make a splat map mask for in the material layer blend. And that's exactly what I did with the first example. And I'll show you that real fast here in my working testing grounds. Can also use a bit of maths on the splat map data once in a row and get some funky results. Yeah, that's the beauty. Let me show you this here. So this is this left terrain, like I told you, was the one that I did prior for splat maps, or for this exact workflow. So let's go to material layers. All right, so here is all my layer blends. So here's the main splat map one that I used. See, it worked here like I thought. And see, component mask, parameterize, let you choose which landscape layer to assign to a material attribute. This is good if you, this node here is good if you want to just use four layers. 4 landscape layers, which it worked for me before, because see here's grass, rocks, and mud. Rocks, material layer blend, rock test. Although I did make an instance of each one of those. That's probably what it was. I needed to make an instance of each one of these. But yeah, what I was trying to do before, landscape layer green, landscape layer red. And there's no landscape layer for, B for mud. There's one for B. But what I was saying is, in this splat material for, actually it's in the instance. I'll show you. So in this splat material, you see right here, custom map or mask, set landscape chords, custom mask, a clamp on the mask if you want to reduce its effects, multiply, and here is the mask. Go texture, parameter values, custom mask. So this is the splat map that's driving this. There's no importing of the splat maps here. This distribution of the splat map is all done technically within each one of these instances. I just made an instance. That's what I did. I should have done was make an instance of the material layer blend. And that's what gave me the ability to do all this stuff. So near yet so far. So, all right. Any last questions? Because I have got to run in approximately 30 seconds. Save all. We got rid of that. So I am going to work on this document some more because I feel like you guys like this, and And for the landscape materials, I am going to create the basic setup that we did in the last live session. This advanced landscape material setup I'm going to do based on what we did here. And I'm going to also add some macro variations to this document as well. I'm hoping to have that done by the end of this week, but it may be by next week. So anyway, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I'm going to have some night streams to kind of do the same stuff, but less formal. We kind of just work out with it, even though this felt like a very informal stream today. So without further ado, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining, and I hope you learned something.